This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
We'll see about that. Oh, what? Right click also...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah. Not very much, but yeah. Are you able to hear me? Okay, how about now? Does that work? Okay, what if I do this? Does this help? Is this a good volume? Blah, 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 blah. Wonder why you can't jump in this game. That'd be, I guess, pretty useless. Oh, you're talking about the game volume? I thought that you were talking about my volume. I didn't change the game's volume, just my own. What's this guy's job? Yeah. What is this guy's job? This guy just sits in front of a... This guy just sits in front of a friggin' pencil sharpener. I assume he puts his dick in it, but you never know. Gonna name you Sharp Dick Tony. Tony. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble talking right now. I wonder what the experiment was. Ooh, what's going on over here? Surname access. Oh, username access. Can I zoom? I want to know what that thing says. How the mighty have fallen. Oh my gosh, room 420. Oof. Oh well.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
I like how the narrator is making fun of me. Why won't you let me into all these rooms? There's stuff in here. See that window, this one? Yeah. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why can't I touch this one now? Why is this line of lights all unpowered? What? Well, don't give me any secrets yet. I'm gonna follow his instructions. Yeah, I know. I am aware. I could tell as soon as the door closed behind me.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Did I, though? I don't think my name is Stanley.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
We'll do that later.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Surprised the narrator isn't talking more. I really thought that he said some more stuff than this. Oh, this is the bathroom. Oh, wow. What? Extreme bathrooms. I got an achievement for trying to jump and not being able to. What? Oh, was that for interacting with the window? That's dark.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I mean, yeah, they didn't put any indication in this room that it was the number.
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
That seems
and
like
Stanley
the
got
opposite
hell
of
along
good
with the story.
security.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
I'm pretty sure that usually the lock would literally be the opposite of that.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Hello? I think it's kind of interesting that you can actually play this game one-handed using only the mouse. You use right-click to move forward, left-click to interact, and that's all that you do in the game anyway.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
We're gonna save escape for later.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know, do I? Do I have the strength to find out? I don't know.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Hi, sorry, my grandma called and I was listening to her talk on the phone.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Obviously, for one thing, yeah, there's a lot of irony, but two, if you have a mind control machine, why not just have the machine do whatever you're mind
But here
controlling
was
the
the
people to
proof,
do?
the heart of the operation.
Pressing buttons is not
Controls
something that you
labeled with
need a human
emotions,
for.
happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
It already says that the mind control is offline. They didn't need the jobs done, they needed the people to do things. Okay,
And when at
still, what do
last
you
he found
need
the
mind
source of the
control for?
room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
My job has been to press buttons, and now I will press a button. To study people.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm back. My grandma was here bringing some food, which is very nice, but I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to mention that I was gone for that.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy. But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Fastest ending. It's funny that the game would ask me what the time is in real life, and then not have that go on the clocks, but whatever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
which one of these buttons am I supposed to press? I feel like there's something I'm supposed to do this inputting thing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
This is the one that was closest to the spot that I had the first ending.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless.
I don't actually know how to reach almost any of the endings.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead?
This
from the
one
moment
feels
he
like
hit
it's
start?
one of those ones that you would do for the last thing. But instead it's the third one that I'm doing. Okay. I really wish more games had rooms like this. This is really neat. I'm gonna come back to this room a bit later because I'd like to see more of the actual game, and I feel like this is just gonna give me a lot of spoilers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
Okay,
crazy.
this room literally
All
just...
of my co-workers blinking
it
mysteriously
just
out of
definitely
existence in a
loops.
single
This is the
moment
exact
for no
same
reason
car.
at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
Yeah, what?
I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
This layout is different. The game has changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh, my wife?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Was I not already in his story?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing
I have another choice that I can make.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
The option was to restart the game. I mean the option that I took just now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. Do you see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the
door over
entire
there.
story I'd
Why
written
can't I
out
go over there?
specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that?
Why can't I
Because
go over
did.
there? I wanna
And in
go
the end,
there.
it was all for nothing. Because this is what you
Oh, there's
wanted to
another
see.
door over there.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Oh.
Now, tell me about your
There's the
experience with
door.
this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stats. First place for 2 seconds. 2 seconds to do what? Only the worst 3% of people choose the blue door. You are objectively ranked the last place. Why not ask some friends for help? Error. Friends list is empty. 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. A dead rat is objectively higher than me. Good old Neil. Oh wow. Oh, these ceiling lights got replaced with a missing texture. Huh. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? The correct door.
Now, would you say that
Oh.
competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sounds
Perfect.
good.
Let me boot it up.
They should add a fourth door. Yeah, that's what I
In
was
this
thinking.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh my god, I hate that sound. Yeah, I know. I hate the sounds. I hate it. I've heard of it. so happy. Why is it crying?
You heartless bastard.
I got
Did you do
tired.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Because I hate
Because if
babies.
it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we
Let's
have
play
here?
somebody else's game.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Wait, so when do I get to have the Ultra Deluxe content? Because I paid for Ultra Deluxe.
Aha! Fascinating. What do
Oh,
you think this
this
game
is
is about,
literally just
Stanley?
Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Yeah, that
perhaps
sounds
for
about
some
right.
sort of twisted, erotic purpose.
That
Yes,
must be
that
it.
must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Well, first I want to creep on some people. Don't tread on me. What? I've never actually played Firewatch, and surprisingly it looks a little bit less good than I had imagined. Huh. Surprising. Anyway, maybe that's just because different engine? I don't know. I mean, that background looks really pretty, but I don't know.
Oh no.
Some of the textures just
no,
look
it
way
can't be.
more realistic than they should. Like, that's a really nice stylization, but the wood seems out of place for some reason.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. A big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will
Is
be
it
just
Half-Life?
the thing.
Is it Half-Life 2? Oh. I don't know what this game is.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm lost.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Sports ball.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Bye.
Yes, I think surely we must.
Yes,
okay,
let's
Stanley,
do.
here's the ball. Have fun.
Where? Where is it? Where's the ball? Oh, there it is. Ooh, I'm walking faster all of a sudden. Either that or my FOV got bigger. I don't know which team I'm on. I'm assuming I'm on blue.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yes.
Is it... Hold on.
Wait,
What
what?
are you doing?
What? What? Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Whoa.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
What? Oh. This is This is, I think, the Stanley Parable building. Let's see, so, there's filing cabinets over here. And then... Is this the starting? No. This is a really interesting room. I like it. Ooh, that's fun. Whoa. Oh. A building with floor. That's nice. I'm lost. Don't know where I am. This is a cool looking room though. I'm gonna look around inside of it. I don't know how I'm ever gonna get all of the endings in this game. Oh, this is the two doors. Hey, there's a light over there.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end,
Yeah, I
to make
probably don't have
sense out of the
patience.
chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So when do I get the Ultra Deluxe content? I want to get the bucket. I want the bucket. Where's the bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do I have to finish all of the different endings to get it though? Because there's no way that I'm doing that. There's no way that I'm sitting through
When
4
Stanley
hours
came
of that
to a
baby.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and
But
plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I'm very powerful.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That's creepy. That's creepy. Oh my gosh. It's me. That's definitely Stanley, though. I recognize him from when he died.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, he's just going through different instances of
Standing
this
now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
Oh.
Then the feeling went away, and he
Oh.
felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two.
Hey.
Now it's only half there.
Oh.
Just a kind of, tingle. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh, I hadn't even noticed the paintings. There's a notepad there. Cool.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had
Yeah.
passed and there was no
Figured it
more,
out.
he decided
Figured
that the
out
game
why.
was trying to send him a message.
Fuel. Coffee nut. I wonder what engine this game is in. Is it still in the Source engine, or did they move it into Unreal or something? I think the game is trying to send me a message.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
What happens if I do the same ending twice in a row?
And so he detoured through the
there
maintenance
anything
section,
for that?
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Except I didn't.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yeah, I thought that car was gonna run into me. Oh! Huh.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Aww.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
What?
What? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
Ooh.
Let's find the story.
Options. I like this direction. I want to go here. I'm starting to think that those signs are meaning something. Like, they're talking to Stanley, maybe. Okay, so that just took me back
I'll
to the
say
same
it.
room.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever
The back
progress by
rooms.
starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yeah, let's try that. I can't click on stuff anymore. Wha-
Aha! I knew we missed
What?
something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
It's a different spot.
Now this...
Very
well, I'll
pretty,
be honest,
though.
I
I
don't
like
recognize
it.
this place at all.
It's
Is
pretty
this
pretty.
the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
This feels like a very
is that
homely
correct?
place.
Do you remember, Stanley?
No, I don't.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Yay! Thank you.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
I
We
did
both
work
know
very
you didn't
hard
put
for
in
that.
any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is
Line
that?
TM. Yeah, the line is the best character. Oh, this is a different area that wasn't accessible before. That's pretty neat. I like that.
You
Makes
see,
the place
the
feel a
line
lot
knows
more
where the story
real,
is.
you know?
It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just
This guy
stick with
feels
me.
like the guy from
Now, we
Kurt's
can
Gazette.
both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I feel like I used this song in one of my animations when I was way younger. In one of the Best in Film animations. It's a good song. Didn't we already go this way? I feel like we already came here.
Cut the music.
What?
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this
This one?
fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright, it's about my height and width. It's at eye level when I crouch, but just a little bit shorter than that actually. But it's about my height when I'm standing up also. It seems to form a bit of a triangle, but not quite. There's some stuff coming off to this side. And from this side, it looks like it's got 3 branching directions. And let's see. Some of the leaves are a bit larger than others. I wonder if I could get the hex code colors on some of those. But it looks like they are gradient. Those are some very low saturated centers to those. Or maybe that's a reflection of that light over there. Hard to tell. The center area looks like it's got a lot of sticking up grass bits. Alright, so it looks like it's got almost like straws or cattails, but without the hot dog or sausagey looking thing at the end. Corn dog, that's what I mean. Look like cattails without the corn dog part. Say that some of these leaves look about the width of a pencil, while others look about the width of a spoon, maybe? That'd be a bit of a skinny spoon, but... Alright. I like that they put a clock in this room so that then you can feel the passage of time as you memorize this. Alright. It's an interesting way of having that leaf. That one looks slightly browner than this larger part. So it looks like some of them, looks like the skinnier leafed ones are browner, except for these ones. Interesting, interesting. I wonder what fact about it I'm supposed to be memorizing. It is Is it the shape? Is it the species? Is it the composition? Is it the color? It'd be nice if I could see what's on the other side from where the wall is blocking it. That'd make it a lot easier to memorize it from all angles. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting looking fern. Alright, I think I'm good.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Line. Imagine looking at the plane. Oh no, we're gonna get spoilers again.
No. Yeah, Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we
I
trusted
love how it
you,
has
after everything we've
line
been through,
TM.
you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, the adventure line is still here.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly
I like
doable.
my men
Why don't we
dangerous,
simply start wandering in...
mysterious.
Well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Which direct? Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, yes, this
like
is
this
exciting.
direction.
Just me and Stanley forging
I
a
don't
new
like this
path,
direction
a new
anymore.
story.
It's
Well, it
boring.
could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
I'm going in circles
Go
now.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I'm really curious how they do this in the engine. That's really neat. How
Oh, no, not you. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I love this. I love the way that they did this. Line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Yeah.
Come,
love
Stanley.
that it has a
Our
physical impact
destiny
on the wall.
awaits.
Both doors go the same place.
Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I
Nonsense
restart
philosophy
again.
and
Then what?
music. Okay,
Am I
so
just
that's where we
supposed to
are now.
forget? Well, what
Adventure
if I don't
then
want to
explore
forget?
territory.
My mind goes
Using
blank
ending
simply because
schedule.
it's written here on this
Narrator
thing.
forgets about
wall.
it. Stanley attempts to
Well,
play, but
who
is prevented,
consulted me?
unable to go anywhere.
Why don't I
Game
get to
restarts on its
decide?
own. Find the
Why
line
don't
again.
I get a
Begin the
say in
following
all of
line.
this?
Find
Is
the
it really?
identical replica of the office.
No, it can't
that
be.
has
I
begun to
don't
deteriorate.
want it to
Attempt
be.
make up a story
I don't
here.
want the game
Narrator
to keep
restarts the game.
restarting.
There
I
is
don't
no
want to
longer an
forget what's
office.
going
Wander
on.
into the
I don't want to be
blackness.
trapped like
Find
this.
a
I won't
bookstore.
restart the game. I won't
Get
do
bored
it.
and
I
leave.
won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come
Okay, so
for us?
we're right here. We're
Will
currently
something
in the
happen?
4th. So we've got
So,
About 4 more to go.
okay.
Attempts
I
to
guess
play
now
the
we just
story, but
wait.
is
You know,
prevented.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? That was a weird noise.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna play the game normally because it sounds like
When
I'm
Stanley
prevented from
came to
doing
a
that.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find it. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I forget, did I go downstairs to get the confusion ending? Is that how? No, I didn't.
But
No,
Stanley
no,
just-
no, no, no.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
I love it when the narrator just says random things just offhand. It makes it feel a lot more real. I like how real this game feels. It's
When
so
Stanley
cool.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going for the broom closet ending. I thought that I wasn't able to jump through.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's... Oh no,
Again?
no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to
remembers
be
that I've
patient
already
and
done
wait for you to
this.
finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so
That's
much in this
awesome.
room. Please take your time.
What if I do this a 3rd time?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What window though?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad.
Oh.
Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh. Are we still in the confusion ending? I think that the narrator remembers.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I wonder what's up here. Oh. It's a different place. Oh, no, it's the same place.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
What if I go back up again?
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down this spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Let's see how long it takes for the narrator to get mad at me.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down the elevator. How did I not anticipate? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Nice and slow.
There we go.
I like it.
Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it. which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know. People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good.
Oh my gosh, yeah. There is a press conference.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. The guy who went to Mars. All eyes on Stanley. World peace, baby.
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
Stanley's Parable tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley. From the Stanley Parable. World's first sentient machine. Doing great. And a conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
How have I never seen this
Okay,
ending before?
it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Remember where you came from, your co-workers. Story, Stanley me. I love the way you ride elevators. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboarding trick at the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. My true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. From your wife, from the apartment ending. The mannequin wrote me a letter. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Up again, down again. I'm unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows. Isn't that what life's about? Why do I have so many copies of my own book here? Oh, a mini golf course. What's this say? What's this say? To stage. Welcome, Stanley. Stanley Ryder. Is that his last name? Is Stanley's last name Ryder? The Stanley Ryder Parable. Interesting. Almonds, chair, gum, table, nut bar. The dude who came up with pizza. Am I able to... Okay, good. The dude who came up with pizza. The guy who went to Mars, the Lord. Meet a great... The Lord, meet and greet. It's a meet and greet with the Lord. Featured Keystone speaker, keynote speaker. Ow. My eyes. I know, I wish I had the PNG tuber too. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to make it myself very well. And, I suppose I could...
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Anyway, I suppose I could commission a person $100 to do that, but I just don't know how often I'll be using it to stream, and I don't think it'd be that great if it's just a still image. Anyway, that was an awesome
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Amity reaction cam. Ooh, pretty. I don't think I've actually seen almost anything from the new
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting
Injecting
audiences the
content.
world over.
I just mean that I haven't seen it being played by other people.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too. Let's find out what it is. I hope I get a bucket.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet.
Oh,
but sure
I'm
it's
really
just
great
the
at
beginning
elevators.
of a
I go up and down in
mesmerizing
them,
adventure.
and up and down, and up and down, and I this one time I was on the news for how
What's
much I
going
went
on
up and
here?
down in elevators
Should we-
just now.
Should we be moving
I was just now
somewhere
in the
else?
news.
Oh, there we go. All
Yeah,
right,
I held a
finally,
press conference
at
about
long
it.
last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more
How?
ready. Let's
Through the
do
settings
it.
menu. Why? Because it goes with my background. Well, it used to.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Mostly
Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, Stanley. The jump
Alright.
circle?
All right, let's see.
Can I actually jump?
The jump circle?
Oh my gosh, this was like my very first thing that I was saying that I wanted to do in this game was jump. Because I really wanted to jump in this game. It seemed like something that was missing the whole time. Like all along, this whole time. I keep pressing the spacebar expecting to be able to jump, but I can't. And I can finally jump. This is amazing. This makes the game feel complete. Yeah. This feels great. Oh. Oh. I used up my jumps. I used up my jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
All that I just now said about the jumping was genuine, by the way. This whole time I keep pressing the space bar.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right
Yeah,
there.
that is
Hell,
20
I could
con-
counter 30 trillion.
Yeah.
On the box. The Stanley
I'd do
Parable
that just to hear the
Ultra
voice.
Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of
New content.
Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm
Ooh,
ready for
big
whatever
pit.
it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this?
Is that actually... Is that a thing? Is there really a test achievement? Test achievement, please ignore! Set all the sliders in the menu to all available numbers. I could do that. Plasma rifle. Yeah. Let's make this look horrible. Additional text next to gameplay critical colors. What? And an option to skip sections that... Oh. Yeah, that seems good. I would like to have that on. Yeah. Yep. That seems like a good idea to have that on. That'd be nice. Auto walk. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, toggle. That seems useful, actually. No, I'm not gonna... No, not that. I could just turn the narrative volume all the way off. Jump. 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 You could just remove jump, nothing else. It's just a jump. Simplified controls is just it removes jump. Okay, is there one of these that just covers up an enormous amount? I already got the achievement.
Infuriated and I'm offended. I intend to phone these people on Twitter and hold them
On
personally
Twitter?
accountable.
Oh,
It's my fault,
that's pretty
Stanley.
nice.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills. No gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh. The place looks different. Okay. Why should I?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
First I want to see what's over here. Okay, that's gonna be cool, but the vent. Good point, have a nice day. All that Bluey said was, I don't understand Spanish.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned
I
out to
wanna
be?
see him
But it got
call me a
thinking about
nerd.
the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just out. Our little secret. Take a look.
Something wrong? Do you want me to change it back to Spanish? There we go. Yeah, I can already understand what he says anyway, and I can read everything in the game, so if it helps you understand it, yeah, I think it's worth it to have you be able to understand it. Yeah, that seems like a good reticle size. This is a lot of new content, yeah.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Aww.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Gonna mess with the ads? What do you mean? I
You
guess
see,
now you'll
Stanley,
be able to
doesn't
learn
the memory zone
Spanish,
remind
right?
you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was
Not
before
playing
it was
for
sullied
5
with a
years.
cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Dang. Has the game even been out that long? First dollar. This from SpongeBob. Smile because it happened? What? It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. I didn't doubt you. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. I thought the narrator hated choices. In loving memory of little Stanley? Oh, I don't want to think about that. It feels sad. What? Why can't I sit on the bench? Aw.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now
You
it's
could only
nothing.
think of 2
It's no games at
examples.
all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour of new elevator content? Where's that? Where's that elevator content? Oh, it's Portal. That's Portal 1. Hey, that's from Stanley Parable. Hey, that's from Stanley Parable. Hey, that's from Stanley Parable. I think that might be from Stanley Parable. That's from Minecraft. The tasteful nostalgia. It was good. Hey, that's from the Stanley Parable. Hey, that's from Stanley Parable. Hey, that's from that picture over here. The original remake. Memory zone maintenance. Huh. So you're telling me that the memory zone breaks down. Ooh, Hammer Editor. Person of the Year. I swear to God, I thought that was the French flag for a second there. Wait. You can purchase the adventure line? Somebody you know might be French. Yeah, I know at
Here's
least 2
another
French
movie
people.
passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To
This
spend
is
the
pretty
rest
good,
of
though.
time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
How am I supposed to get into there? I'm not able to jump, remember? I still can't jump. I want to get in the serious room. That's the hacker
These were
punishment
simpler
room?
times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back
What?
to have it all over
Hacker
again.
punishment? You got sent there for hacking? Hacking how? Hacking in what way? What? What happens in there? I want to know. I want to be in the room where it happens. Oh, there's the room. There's the door.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
It looks like Fallout.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam. The
Steam
online video game
reviews.
distributor.
Oh,
I haven't
no.
looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, nope. Nope. Recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor
He's
and dialogue proving
hilarious.
to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm trying to be funny.
Ooh.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could
You
write
are
up a handful
funny,
of
though.
gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game
Insert.
is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I know where. Positive. Positive.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets
What's up,
annoying
Uni?
fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I have
What?
always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse.
Uni, what
to
are you
begin
talking
with.
about? What?
You can't know how much fluff I
That's
cut from
gross.
the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Yeah,
These
his own
black
ass
marks
was
are
the
my
joke. That
otherwise
was the punchline,
unimpeachable
was his
track
own
record.
ass. You know? You can
I feel
stick it.
like a
Whatever.
failure.
It was a dumb joke.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always... What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
I wish there was a skip button.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's what I do today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Wait, where'd the outside world go? What?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
We all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see,
He
blah, blah,
reminds
blah,
me
blah,
of
blah,
Wheatley
blah,
for
blah,
some
blah,
reason.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and
it's
so
just
forth, until
repeating.
inevitably we all...
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
A
Or
treatise?
maybe a manifesto. Look,
I don't
I'll
think that you
outline
wanna
it
have
for
a
you very
manifesto.
briefly, and
That's
you can
kind
tell
of
me
a-
what you think.
I've heard a lot
My
of
theory
bad
is
things
that
about
any choice
manifestos.
you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting
Well,
you
not making
and
a
not
choice is
affecting you at
also
the
a
same
choice.
time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
I still don't know what
But
a
wouldn't you
treatise
say
is.
that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here
I
all
didn't
day.
do anything.
Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently.
You do?
I'm going to say
Huh.
each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the
Huh.
word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't
But which
you?
one
But
did you
that's
pick?
the power of the button.
Which
the
one
minute
did you
I
pick?
start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether
Who's
they'll
Cookie
edit
9?
the rating
Was
of
that
their
the person who
Steam
wrote the,
review, or at least
review?
change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of
Yeah.
making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their
Grant
review
this
so that
particular
the feature is
user.
not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Where'd he go? He just stopped talking. Oh.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But anyway, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Agreed.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah, where's the door?
Where did the door go?
Where'd the door
Wasn't
go?
there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere?
Well, I mean,
A
you can
porthole?
have
A
been in the
sufficiently
room,
large
that's
crack in the
possible.
wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to
I'll take any
please
of
step
these.
away from the skip button.
Any
to
doors
go
a go.
anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you
Used to be
maybe
right here.
just ram your way through a wall?
Let's try
Is
that.
there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please.
For how
please
long?
do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Sure hope he does give me updates. You know what? I could probably make my dinner while waiting for him to do this. Just a sec. I'm gonna switch the audio output to the speakers so I can hear him in case he says something. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that there's an ending to that too. say anything? Yet? At all? Uh, hmm. What? What? How does cucumber require making? It's a cucumber. What are you gonna do with it? I thought that you just ate cucumber raw, or maybe with ranch or something. Right, but like, how do you make cucumber? You just like dip it in something? I wonder if it would go well with cheese. That's lewd. You said that you would dip it in yourself. Oh. Huh. I feel like there was another game that I was also thinking about playing at some point. I don't know. Oh, do you think that you would enjoy it? I don't know whether you would like it or not. I know, I'm not done. I'm just thinking about, like, I feel like there was another game that I wanted to play as well at some point. And I'm just trying to see if I can find one. Find it. The one. Maybe I was just thinking of this exact one. Maybe I was just thinking of Stanley Parable specifically. No, I feel like there was a game that I haven't played much before. Or maybe not even at all. I do wonder if Security Breach has an update. I'm not smart enough for Baba as you. Okay, hold on, oh yeah, VR chat is a good one. Just a sec, I gotta do my food over. to waiting. So he hasn't said anything while I was gone? Nothing? Hey Blue, by the way. I didn't really like Slime Rancher that much. Well, I mean the sequel, anyway. It seemed like they really screwed up the balancing. Felt like there was a lot more grinding than there was in the first game, and the first game was already just grinding. Nothing else. And then the second game, they made it so that then you had to grind even more for the same upgrades that you got in the previous game. I don't know if they changed that or not. There's that. I could probably play any of the Half-Life games if people are interested in that. Oh, there's also the two VR versions, Half-Life 2 and Half-Life Alyx. Although I have played Half-Life Alyx multiple times, I do wonder whether Security Breach has gotten an update yet. Like, is the Ruin DLC out yet or not? Yeah, I probably wouldn't play it anyway. Entry Center was alright, but I got to a certain point and got, like, kind of not able to pass it, so I stopped on that. Control, I suppose I could play. That might be the one that I was thinking of, because I only just met the main character's brother, and I still haven't actually even completed that interaction yet. Oh, my food's ready. Okay, sounds fun. I think my attention span is starting to run thin, and I don't think that anything is going to happen within a reasonable amount of time. If there is an ending for this, it probably takes literal hours, and I don't have that kind of time. I have work tomorrow at 9 a.m., so, and it's 10 p.m. right now, so...
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's
only,
no
like, 4
door,
walls.
Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that
Hey, Google,
anyone ever says about me.
set a timer
the merest
for 30
mention
seconds.
of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
There's an end
For
to the
whose
dialogue.
benefit is this? And here I am.
I mean,
now
yeah,
stuck in a
obviously the
room,
dialogue
waiting for you to
ends,
press
but
this button. And to
that-
become
is
frozen
there
in
an
time,
ending
knowing that
to
you're
the
going
game
to do it, and that I'm going to
associated
be
with it?
stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to
Hey,
exactly
Google.
when you're going to make me
Stop.
suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved
wouldn't
by
say
my
that I'm much of a
howls of
companion to
fitful
you.
anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Oh my
those
gosh, it
reviews
just
that I couldn't
repeated.
get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Oh, wow.
Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's
Yeah, but I
just
want to
how
hear
it's
all of what he
always been,
says.
right?
I was
Me
wondering if there was an
talking
ending
and you
for
saying
sitting
nothing.
through and
Would you
waiting
think
for
that
him to
it's
find a
exactly
door.
the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real.
Maybe?
I'm not just a
Only
fiction.
maybe?
Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread
not
it
gonna press
strokes
it
in
until
my
you
heart
stop
to think
talking.
of it. To think of returning to such
Or
coldness.
say something
Come,
that makes me think
let
that
us
you're
sit
looping.
in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
And you stop talking. Yep.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Just a sec. story is, we're trapped, and we are what allow him to do things in the world. He can't leave because there's nothing else for him.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever
After a
sat down
year.
in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike
I didn't even
anything I
say
had
Google.
ever known. It was a
Stop.
space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
But why? It's been multiple years now, probably. Maybe. Whoop. What's the beeping? Is there a fire or something? I don't like that sound. Is that a carbon monoxide? Oh well.
But they didn't understand
Oh,
the
he's
game
back.
was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. they had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then,
It's been
he's talking
so
too much,
many
they said.
years.
First, he didn't entertain
And
us,
he's
now he
still
won't
here?
shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives.
Bro, you
It has come to
decided for
represent us.
yourself to
It
make the
absolutely
skip button.
must speak to
You
who
coulda
we
just
are as
ignored
people,
the
because
comment.
otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves.
You're very
I am a
angry.
waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down.
He is
What a
so
sad
mad.
state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And
You're the
how
one who's
good
bitter.
does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To
Even
feel
say
it must be that
secured,
they were so
contained,
discontent with
and
themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor,
is funny,
that it
though.
amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down
Oh,
review
that's a
and
really
make all of their
smooth,
pitiful demands. But
repeat.
then, he's
I didn't even notice.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
No, I think his mind is gone, but he's not. Oh wow. Some water damage going on over here. That cannot be good for the Foundation. Cannot be good for the Foundation at all. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some black mold over there in a bit. What'd I tell you? Water damage. Yep. Water damage. Oh. Hey, a door! If the narrator was still here, I bet he could, like, pull us up out of this room. That'd be pretty nice. Oh well. It's so pretty! I hear birds. Oh my gosh, I think these plants are bearing fruit. This is so nice. So calm. Hey Brandon. It's a shame I'm gonna have to skip. I wonder what happened. It's all just gone. Maybe we reached the heat death of the universe? Ooh, that is some spooky audio. Then what are those noises? I wonder what those noises are. What? Hey, a door. I mean, this doesn't exactly look like an ended world. I could definitely still imagine life existing on this planet. Like, yeah, it's a desert, but...
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Where's the bucket? New content?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
This is funky, wait for it. Narrator, how do you remember? He didn't die. He just got bored. Oh, elevator time. Why
You
does
see,
that say
Stanley,
new content
I've been reflecting on the
backwards?
Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley
Your
parable
specialty,
was a
yep.
drama,
Elevator's
and
my
any new
specialty.
content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
Legacy?
I say we take it
What is a
one
legacy?
step even further.
It's a...
Which is why I'm
Gee,
very
then you
proud
never
to announce
get
for
to
the
see the
first
fruit
time ever,
of...
the Stanley Parable 2.
You plant seeds of a tree that you never see.
Yes, you
I don't
see,
know.
isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with
The
a few
end is
minor
never
additions?
the end
Think of
again.
all the territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Have they really been asking for anything?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra
No.
Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
No, it's not.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term
They're
franchising
back. 2
potential.
doors. New content, part 2. Old and busted. New hot. That's a Men in Black reference. Old busted hotness. New busted hotness. I don't know. Old and busted new hotness. Cool red section of the chart. This is awesome. Oh, busted hotness. Paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. I will say that the color red is very important. Leverage holistic value. Okay, so we're leveraging holistic value. Okay. Win and also win. There's 2 wins. You see, that's why there's this 2 here, is because there's 1 win, then there's 2 win. It's a second win. And this is a second game. Win-win. More TSP, better TSP. What's TSP? I don't know what that means. Sequential mind share. I don't think I can count that high. I mean, I can definitely count to 2. Don't know about
Now,
3
to be
though.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Oh,
But
it's a
let's take a
MacBook.
look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure
It's
that if
funny
I
to
can loosely
think
organize a
that
handful of
someday in
interesting
the future,
concepts,
this is
that
gonna
surely
look
the game will sort of naturally
really old.
spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Okay, so they're trying out different designs for the number 2. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 hands. Yeah, you forgot the hands. 2 feet. That's another one. Who took the red marker? Me. It's awesome. Scrum, design pitch, break, pitch design, number 2 chart. The prequel to Stanley Parable. 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. The prequel to the okay. 2 kidneys, yeah, that's another one. 2 balls as well. 2 boobies. 2 two butt cheeks. Yeah, 2 butt cheeks. That's another one. Sala de explosion 2. What? I don't see an explosion. Oh, expo hall exposition. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that's an explosion.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
That's a really pretty room. This game has some really pretty set pieces, I gotta say. They did a good job on the design. Bucket's here. Where? Where? I want the bucket. Baby is all grown up! Bankruptcy! Red is the new orange. Oh! Was the game's main color originally orange? a button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. What's going on over here? Interesting. I saw the new content. Bucket room. Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I
No!
haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get
You
well
know,
someday.
sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come now,
I
you've
want
already
this
made your
one.
choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our
Shut
mistakes.
I bet you he would have said the same thing if I had pressed the other button. Alright, bucket room time. That's not the bucket room. This is a big room, I like it. A lot of stuff to do.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
You already used all your jumps! What? No, why would I give you my money? Why would I give you all of my money? No, why? What?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does
Heard that
anyone
this
give out
bucket is
awards
the
for
bulk of the
most
content.
enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Free and easy achievements? Ah. Is that Stanley? Is that guy Stanley? Cause he looks a lot like that one guy.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
This is the sequel, though. Do I just have to pull it over and over again? Is that the trick? Secret ending. What? Ooh, how do you get it?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated
Button
as people.
size.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Yeah.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. You happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim.
That sounds like a really specific ending to get, Uni.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
We'll figure that out later. Let's see what's up here.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu.
would this
There's
have been if I
nothing
hadn't
you
gotten
haven't
that?
seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bumpscosity. Adjusts the bumpscosity. Ah, then let's turn that up to 1,000. Collectibles? That sounds interesting. Can you find them all? Can you find them all? Can you find them all?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable
Move
life.
the hell on. One of 6. They're important too. Oh my gosh.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I still haven't gotten to the infinite hole yet. Oh, that's an ending? Oh. Yeah, it is right there. And I suppose there's nothing else that I would be doing other than just returning to a normal game. Need to jump in there a couple times. Oh, I'm so glad that they gave us this diagram of a hole. Depth, infinite, surrounding area, rim, opening. Hole entrance, infinity. Infinity falling. I don't understand what's going on. It just says science. It just keeps going. And it's not even a straight line.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Did it need to have the ceiling?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole,
you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Because I'll find out that it's not really infinite? Is that what he's worried about?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated.
I knew it. I knew it.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
Yeah, it is.
Infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found the outstanding. And liar and cheating, you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
There's an
What normal
ashtray.
person actually wants to fall
Where?
into?
Oh my gosh.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't
We
mean.
both.
Why don't
I
we
didn't
just
say
put all
anything.
this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is that you like holes. Not normal. A normal person would have said, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah,
I couldn't
it
help
did.
but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If
It's
you
gonna
decide
become
you've had enough
the
of the
opposite
hole,
of an
you can hit the
of a
teleport
hole.
button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on
Yeah,
here?
I know. I'm waiting for
Stanley,
him to finish
I have
talking.
no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't
I
see
know
this
you're obsessed
scratching
with
the itch.
holes.
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do. Hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh. Oh.
Is the,
Oh no.
working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Still nothing. Well, I suppose there's one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of the day.
He up and left, yeah. Bucket?
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming.
The bumpscosity.
It's gonna be nuts. How can you stand this much
What? There was
monstrosity?
still more? I thought that it was one of those things where that was the end. God, I'm sorry. I'll do it again. The bumpscosity in here is so high.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to
This
show
time
you.
I will skip through the dialogue.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the
Elevator
Stanley Parable 2.
Why do I feel like I've heard that music in another
Yes,
game?
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Why
Well,
does it take me so
I'm happy
long
to
to
say
get
that
the
after
bucket?
much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
I'm gonna go get
It's
some
the
dessert in just a
Stanley
sec.
Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
It creeps me
Can you
out.
feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, that's right. It's time for the hole.
Does anyone give out awards? Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for you see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing.
What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean,
What do you mean by play?
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
I'm starting to think that I just don't like the taste of organic milk in general. Oh yeah, there was a sound effect there. It's getting deeper. Change your perception.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using your.
Oh, that just changed the color. It's a spooky reality. Well, they're all the same theme. Oh my gosh. There we go. Change yourself. I like this self.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Huh?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you were sort of dazed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle pip. This time I restarted in the different room.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
No, you cannot put it back onto the stand. What do you mean they thought of that? It could have just been that they didn't think of that. Interesting. But would I be able to carry both of them?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Why does
Perhaps
it take
he had
so
simply
long
missed a memo.
to get the bucket?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
What ending? What do you mean, what ending? Which one? There's so many endings.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
That music is
Yes,
starting
you
to get
see,
really
isn't this
tired.
far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical,
I have to do
that it
all
engendered a
of
chaotic
that,
sense of reckless
and then all of
despair in
this.
those who played it.
Wait for him
Well,
to talk.
I'm happy to say that after
Oh,
much
just so that then I
consideration, I've engineered a
do
clever solution
what
to this
they
fundamental
did the
problem
bucket.
with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Well, I'm already in
You
the
see,
room,
Stanley,
and I can't
anytime
leave.
you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and
So,
your heart.
what's
It's true.
the next
As long as you
non-whole
hold
ending-
on to the
ending?
bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive
Up which
dissonance while the
stairs?
bucket is in
There's
your
so many
arms.
stairs.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be
I know
sweeping
where that
through your
is.
body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem
Yeah,
to go
what about
on and
it?
on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I feel like Skyrim would probably get that award though. Maybe Team Fortress 2. That's also a good one.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2,
Yeah.
I'm including an entirely new setting.
I didn't
something
ignore the
called
epilogue room. I went in
bumpscosity.
there and there was nothing.
What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be...
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
See, there's nothing happening in the epilogue. Okay, go to the exit. Yeah, I can do that.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But all right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I
So,
took a
Stanley,
screenshot.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh. What? Can I get down there? Can I?
Well, I mean,
Looks
there's potential
fun.
here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Epilogue.
Hold on. Let me do a different
let me down
arrangement.
there. I wanna.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Ooh, I wanna go down
Who
there.
am I kidding, Stanley?
That looks
This
fun.
isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do
looks
very much
fun, though.
enjoy creating
It's like a
gags,
fun
but they don't
bunch of
add up to
gags.
anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course, with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
That is a pretty cool title screen, though. That is pretty cool. I like it. Nice. That is a cool title screen. That looks cool. I wonder how they did that effect. Was it a shader, maybe? It's probably a shader. I can't imagine that they would, you know, actually make all of these polygons and then just bend them. I wonder what's through that door. Come on, go through it. Oh, it's just more of the same. Yep, bump viscosity all the way up. Gotta have my bump viscosity.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Click to skip.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-lifting, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
Birthday
This
Stephanie's.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is a bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Balloons everywhere. So where's the jump circle? Oh, you can't go into the new content area.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling. This is how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket. Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons. Even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hype broom closet with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here.
A second
I'm going
sticker.
to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I think that this entire story is just about the narrator going insane and thinking that mannequins and rooms are living things when they aren't.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and
The
the bucket
bucket has
walked
jiggle
upstairs
physics.
to the boss's office.
That's seriously it. Do the stickers stay forever, or are they just for this particular playthrough? Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
God knows I've
I implore
tried.
you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
So they stay on even between resets.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-Stans? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
It's a weird spot to put it. Escape with the bucket. Okay, yeah, I think I see where this is going. Yeah.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. soothing him, comforting
What if
him,
we do
reassuring
the up
that
and
in this
down,
darkest
the
moment of
ending again
uncertainty,
with the
he
bucket?
would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
But it's the press conference for the bucket,
The door
though.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and
I
get
love
back on
that they
track.
had to re-record
At this
every
point,
one of
Stanley and the
these
bucket were
lines to
knowingly
add the
walking
bucket
forward
in.
into a very painful
That's
death for each of
hilarious.
them.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Huh. Well then. Yeah, I know that they remade every ending, but I'm talking about every single voice line.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Okay, but what about Stanley? Did Stanley get crushed? Or was it just the bucket?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Welcome you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. A cavernous hole. A cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you have learned here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live where you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
"25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on a camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once." A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. The Stress Bucket, presented without commentary. The stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance go into the bucket. Vulnerability, size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies whole. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress is equal to the level of water in the bucket. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been likely around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The Hanging Bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. I just took it. I took the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Oh. Yep. So where's the secret ending? Where's that gonna be?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, meeting to...
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh! Large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both blue and red. Gotta collect them all. Inside of a sequel exhibit, nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. This is really neat. Oh my gosh, this game is awesome. Small floating objects have appeared around. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Figlies. By employee 416. Who's 416? That's interesting. There's lore. Employee 416 is the one providing these clues. Bottom text. This game has begun to have memes. It has begun to use memes inside of it.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No, don't tell me. Don't spoil it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Knew it.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me
Figly.
sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figly. I like Figly. This sounds funny.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
The dream ending? What? I think that I just now soft locked one of the endings. Oh. Oh. It's a bit more than just the one ending. Yeah, I don't like that one, you know? I think that I soft locked the game. Yeah, I soft locked the game. What am I gonna do? What? What? Oh my gosh! Was this always in the game, or is it only because of the bucket? No! Not goodbye bucket. I like the bucket. But it comes back, right? But my bucket! I haven't experienced all the other endings yet. Keep it for, like, how long does it go away for? to get some other endings first.
All of his co-workers
Yeah, I'm gonna
were
do
gone.
that other stuff
What
first.
could it mean?
Then
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
penalty for jumping off the party.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
my
did
gosh,
not question
there's a-
why
there's
or
a
how
Figley
this
over
bucket
there.
was speaking to him. It should have alarmed
Now
him,
I know
of
where
course,
the
because
Figley
buckets
is.
can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this
What
obvious
about
fact.
phone?
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
Room
asked.
full of boxes? Yeah. Don't know why I didn't make that connection.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
It's
Can't you
funny,
see?
Stanley.
Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer? Or spoken quicker? Comedic timing.
Pause. Alright. Now what? So now what? If you didn't have the bucket, you still could unplug the phone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
It's so difficult.
I've seen a lot of it.
I wish
yeah.
I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to follow. Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yes, there is. It's sitting right
it's
here.
sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made
Well, did they-
someone
yes
laugh, in all
is an
likelihood,
answer
you
to
did it
what
while
is.
standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how wrecked they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatens our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind,
Back then, when there were 12-legged and... Oh my gosh. That's where all my coworkers went.
The way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Alright, let's do it. Bye.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have an instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit
Where'd it
which
go?
culminates in this scene with the phone.
That's weird.
Now
Now,
the timing's completely
how am I
off.
supposed to know that I'm actually
It will
holding a
never land.
bucket now?
Not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two-door room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
It's gonna be a
Here we go.
Oh.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Well, I'm sorry, narrator, but you didn't spell your name out.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No?
Bucket pun.
It is a delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar.
What?
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instruction.
Sorry, Leroy.
Exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instruction. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
There's a vent over there. Oh. Okay. More content.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Were you not on a phone?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Spooky.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
I thought that you only ever cared about seeing the correct ending, but
didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like
game.
Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Do I just get to continue normally? There wasn't an ending? Oh. Oh, this is a different place now.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I don't think I'm able to speak in the game.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
There's no way that they put actual voice
I'm
recognition
sorry, is there
in.
a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 155. Yeah.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Stanley without the player is nothing.
They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward.
This ending is a lot better without the bucket, yeah.
Do something? Anything? This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. We need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
It also makes a lot more sense without the bucket, too. Because the bucket makes it into just, oh, I just wanted to be funny. I was being funny. It's a joke, don't you get it? But this time it actually makes sense narratively and, you know, everything.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, it is. Somewhere both red and blue. Wonder where that could be.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back on? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. Bucket said nothing.
I do want to press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. The whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
So many threes. I mean, it is the rule of threes after all.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad.
Oh my gosh, my only note is the number 3.
Uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games.
I'm probably gonna go
no
to
more
bed after
long
this
conversations about
I'm
passion
feeling pretty
and
tired, and
pursuit.
it's
Only a silence
past midnight.
that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
The bucket left me. Alright, name